Hey guys, tonight we begin with a disappearance, not the kind that makes headlines and then fades, but the kind that has been asking the same unanswered question for more than 400 years. In 1587, approximately 115 English men, women, and children stepped off their ships onto a small barrier island along the coast of what is now North Carolina. They built structures. They planted gardens. They baptized their children. And then, sometime within the next 3 years, they vanished. Not a single body, not a single grave, not a single written record of what happened or where they went. Just an empty settlement, dismantled buildings, and a single word carved into a wooden post: CROATOAN. This is the story of the lost colony of Roanoke, and tonight we are going to walk through it slowly, carefully, the way the tide creeps up ashore, because some histories deserve to be approached with patience, and some silences deserve to be listened to rather than filled. England came late to the business of colonization. By the time English ships began seriously considering permanent settlements in the New World, Spain had already been extracting wealth from the Americas for nearly a century. Spanish conquistadors had toppled empires, mined mountains of silver, and established administrative systems across territories so vast that the sun quite literally never set on Spanish claims. The treasure fleets sailing from Havana to Seville had become the arteries of a European superpower, and England Protestant, perpetually at odds with Catholic Spain, and painfully aware of its second-tier status, could only watch, envy, and dream. The dream, when it finally took shape, was dressed in the language of providence. God, English thinkers began to argue, had clearly intended for Protestant Christianity to spread across the globe. The Catholic monopoly on the New World was not just an economic problem, but a spiritual one. If Spanish priests were baptizing indigenous souls into what Protestant theologians considered a corrupted faith, then surely it was England's divine duty to offer an alternative. This was the peculiar alchemy of early colonialism, naked ambition transmuted into sacred mission, the desire for gold repackaged as concern for souls. Whether anyone actually believed these arguments or simply found them useful is a question the historical record does not definitively answer, but the arguments were made, and they were made loudly. What England lacked in established colonies, it made up for in ambition and imagination. The Elizabethan era was, among other things, an age of promotional literature pamphlets and treatises designed to convince investors, adventurers, and the Crown itself that American settlement was not merely possible but profitable and patriotic. Richard Hakluyt, the great compiler of travel narratives, became perhaps the most influential propagandist for English expansion, weaving together accounts of earlier explorations into a vision of empire that was equal parts fantasy and business proposal. The New World in these promotional materials was always rich in resources, sparse in serious obstacles, and populated by indigenous peoples who were either potential converts or potential labourers. That none of the English promoters had actually lived in the territories they described so confidently was apparently beside the point. The timing mattered as well. Elizabeth I had ascended to a throne surrounded by Catholic powers that questioned her legitimacy and her religion. Her own father had broken with Rome, her sister had tried to restore Catholicism, and Elizabeth herself navigated a religious settlement that pleased no one entirely but kept the kingdom from civil war. In this context, overseas expansion offered something beyond mere wealth. It offered a way to demonstrate English vitality, to challenge Spanish dominance, and to project Protestant values onto territories that had never heard of the theological disputes tearing Europe apart. The New World, for Elizabeth's courtiers, was a canvas onto which English identity could be painted in bold strokes. That the canvas was already occupied by peoples with their own identities, their own histories, and their own claims to the land was acknowledged only insofar as those peoples could be incorporated into English plans as trading partners, converts, or problems to be managed. This was the dream that would eventually wash ashore on Roanoke Island, a dream of empire, of Protestant expansion, of economic opportunity, of national glory. Whether the colonists who actually made the journey shared this dream in its full grandiose form, or whether they were simply seeking land, opportunity, or escape from the constraints of English society, is harder to say. The promoters spoke of providence and profit. The colonists may have been thinking of simpler things: farms, families, futures, but they carried the dream with them nonetheless, whether they articulated it or not, and the dream shaped what they expected to find and how they expected to be received. The American wilderness, it turned out, had not read the promotional literature. The Outer Banks. The Outer Banks of North Carolina are, geologically speaking, a temporary arrangement. These barrier islands stretch some 200 miles along the coast, narrow ribbons of sand separating the Atlantic Ocean from the shallow sounds behind them. They migrate, these islands. They shift with storms and tides. Inlets open and close over decades or centuries, and the sand that composes the islands is in constant motion, pushed by waves, sculpted by wind, rearranged by hurricanes. To the colonists arriving in 1587, the Outer Banks would have presented a landscape unlike anything in England: flat, exposed, subject to dramatic weather, and deceptively difficult to navigate. Roanoke Island itself sits tucked between the barrier islands and the mainland, sheltered somewhat from the Atlantic's full fury, but accessible only through inlets that were treacherous even in the 16th century. The inlets were shallow, constantly shifting, and notoriously difficult for European ships with deep draughts. More than one English vessel ran aground attempting to enter the Sounds, and the approaches to Roanoke were littered with sandbars that could trap an unwary captain. This geography would prove consequential. The Sounds offered protection from Spanish raiders who would struggle to pursue English ships into waters so shallow and unpredictable, but the same geography that protected the colonists from external threats also isolated them, making resupply difficult and escape nearly impossible without ships capable of navigating the inlets. The barrier islands themselves were not uninhabited wilderness, but rather part of a managed landscape that indigenous peoples had occupied for thousands of years. The CROATOAN, the CROATOAN, and other Algonquian-speaking groups had developed sophisticated ways of living with this dynamic environment. They knew which islands flooded in storms, which areas provided the best fishing, where fresh water could be found, and how to move between mainland and islands as seasons and circumstances required. The English colonists, arriving with European assumptions about land use and settlement, would need to learn these lessons from scratch or learn them from their indigenous neighbours, which required relationships that were never simple and often fraught. The Sounds themselves, Pamlico, Albemarle, Roanoke, were shallow bodies of brackish water rich in fish and shellfish, but subject to the same unpredictability that characterised the entire coast. Fresh water was available but not abundant, and the sandy soil of the island supported only limited agriculture by English standards. This was not the fertile farmland that promotional literature had promised. It was something else entirely, a liminal zone between land and sea, constantly negotiating with forces that cared nothing for human plans. The colonists would discover that the Outer Banks were hospitable only to those who understood their moods, and the English were newcomers who did not yet speak the language of this place. The landscape has changed significantly since 1587, which complicates modern efforts to understand exactly what the colonists experienced. Sea levels have risen, inlets have migrated, and some islands have merged while others have been cut in two. The Roanoke Island of today is not precisely the Roanoke Island of the 16th century, though the essential character remains: a low, sandy, forested place surrounded by water, subject to storms, and possessing a beauty that reveals itself slowly to those patient enough to observe it. When you stand on the shore today and look out across Roanoke Sound, you are looking at water that has witnessed more than 4 centuries of wandering. The Sound does not explain what it has seen, and perhaps that is fitting. The Outer Banks have always kept their secrets close. The first attempts. The 1,587 colonists were not the first English people to attempt settlement at Roanoke. They were the third expedition in 3 years, inheritors of a history of failure that no one seemed eager to acknowledge as predictive. Understanding what happened to the lost colony requires understanding what came before the reconnaissance missions and military outposts that established English presence on the island, and the violence and misunderstanding that would shape every subsequent encounter between colonists and the indigenous peoples whose land they had claimed. In 1584, Sir Walter Raleigh dispatched an exploratory expedition under Philip Amadas and Arthur Barlow to scout the North American coast and identify potential sites for colonization. The expedition made landfall on the Outer Banks and spent several weeks exploring the area, making contact with local Algonquian groups and returning to England with glowing reports of the land's fertility and the friendliness of its inhabitants. They also brought 2 indigenous men, Manteo, a CROATOAN, and Wanchese, a CROATOAN, who would travel to England, learn some English, and become entangled in the colonial project in very different ways. Barlow's report, designed to attract investors and royal support, painted a picture of paradise: abundant game, friendly natives, and endless opportunity. It was, in essence, a sales pitch, and it worked. Raleigh received his patent from Queen Elizabeth, and preparations began for a more substantial expedition. The 1585 voyage, led by Sir Richard Grenville with Ralph Lane as the military commander, was explicitly colonial in intent. Some 600 men sailed from England, though only about 100 would remain on Roanoke Island to establish a permanent settlement. The expedition included soldiers, scientists, and artists among them. Thomas Harriot, who had produced the first detailed English account of the region, and John White, whose watercolours of indigenous life remain among the most important visual records of pre-contact Algonquian culture. The colonists built a small fort, which they called Fort Raleigh, and began exploring the region in search of the gold, silver, and passage to the Pacific that promotional literature had promised. What they found instead was a complicated and ultimately disastrous relationship with their indigenous neighbours. Initial contacts with the CROATOAN, led by a chief named Wingina, had been cautiously friendly. Wingina provided food to the struggling colonists and may have seen the English as potential allies in regional conflicts. But the relationship deteriorated rapidly as English demands for food strained indigenous resources, and English soldiers responded to real or perceived threats with violence. Ralph Lane, convinced that Wingina was planning an attack on the colony, launched a preemptive strike in June 1586. The English killed Wingina and beheaded him, a display of brutality that shattered whatever trust had existed and poisoned relations for years to come. The 1585-86 colony was already failing when Sir Francis Drake's fleet arrived in June 1586, fresh from raiding Spanish Caribbean settlements. Lane's colonists, hungry, isolated, and increasingly aware that no resupply was coming, accepted Drake's offer to evacuate them to England. They abandoned Roanoke just weeks before a supply ship arrived, and the supply ship's crew, finding the settlement empty, left a small holding force before returning home. When Grenville arrived with more supplies shortly after, he found only the holding force, reduced by indigenous attacks to just 15 men. Grenville left these men behind with provisions and sailed back to England, apparently confident that they could maintain English claims until a new colony arrived. Every one of those 15 men had disappeared by the time the 1,587 colonists arrived. No bodies were found. No record of their fate was ever recovered. It was, in miniature, a preview of what would happen to the larger colony, a disappearance so complete that it resisted explanation. The 1,587 colonists stepped onto an island already haunted by absence, onto ground already bloodied by violence, into relationships already damaged by English aggression. They inherited all of this, and they seem to have understood very little of it. The promotional literature spoke of opportunities. The land spoke of consequences. Walter Raleigh's gamble. Sir Walter Raleigh never set foot on Roanoke Island. He never saw the Barrier Islands, never met the colonists whose lives he directed from across an ocean, never experienced the reality that his promotional efforts had so confidently described. He was a courtier, a poet, a favourite of Queen Elizabeth, and above all an investor, a man who wagered his fortune on a coast he would never visit, gambling that English settlement in the New World would bring returns that justified the risk. Whether Raleigh was driven by genuine belief in the colonial enterprise, or simply by the desire for wealth and royal favour, is a question that admits multiple answers, all of them probably partially true. On the 25th of March, 1584, Elizabeth granted Raleigh a patent authorizing him to discover, search for, find out, and view such remote heathen and barbarous lands, countries, and territories not actually possessed of any Christian prince or inhabited by Christian people. The language was standard for such grants, asserting English rights over lands that were, of course, quite fully possessed and inhabited, just not by Christians of the sort that European law recognized as having valid claims. The patent gave Raleigh sweeping authority to establish colonies, govern them, and profit from them, in exchange for 1/5 of any gold or silver discovered. It was, essentially, a license to build an empire, contingent only on Raleigh's ability to fund the venture and make it succeed. Raleigh poured enormous resources into the Roanoke expeditions. He financed ships, recruited colonists, hired experts, and lobbied the court for support. He named the territory Virginia, in honor of Elizabeth the Virgin Queen, a piece of flattery that may have helped secure royal goodwill, even as it obscured the fact that the region already had names given by the people who actually lived there. The economics of colonization were uncertain. At best, the Spanish model of extracting precious metals had not been replicated in the territory England claimed, and the hoped-for passage to Asia remained stubbornly unfound. But Raleigh persisted, convinced that persistence would eventually yield results. What Raleigh could not control from London was the reality of colonial life. He could send ships and supplies, hire governors and soldiers, draft plans and instructions, but he could not ensure that colonists followed his plans, that supplies arrived when needed, or that the local conditions matched English expectations. Colonial ventures in this period were exercises in improvisation, attempts to impose European frameworks onto American realities that resisted such imposition. Raleigh's plans assumed that colonists would find gold, establish profitable trade, and create self-sustaining communities. The colonists themselves found hunger, disease, conflict, and an environment that seemed designed to humble European confidence. The 1587 expedition represented a significant shift in Raleigh's strategy. Previous attempts had focused on military presence soldiers who could defend English claims and explore for resources. The new colony would include families, women and children who would establish the domestic infrastructure that permanence required. This was, in its way, a radical idea. It suggested that the colony was no longer merely a military outpost or a trading station, but an actual community, a transplanted piece of English society that would grow and reproduce itself on American soil. The presence of pregnant women among the colonists underscored the ambition. These were people who intended to stay, to build, to raise English children on land that England claimed but did not control. Raleigh appointed John White as governor of this new colony, perhaps recognizing that the artist and scientist who had documented the earlier expedition would bring different skills than the military commanders who had preceded him. White was given authority over a colonial council and responsibility for establishing what the charter called the City of Raleigh, a name that honoured the patron who had made everything possible while simultaneously revealing how thoroughly English ambitions exceeded English capabilities. The city was never built, the patron never visited, and the investment that Raleigh had made in ships and supplies and human lives would yield nothing but mystery. John White's colony. The 1587 expedition sailed from Plymouth in May, carrying approximately 115 colonists bound for the Chesapeake Bay. The site that Richard Hakluyt and others had identified as far more suitable for settlement than the exposed barrier islands, where previous colonies had struggled. The Chesapeake offered deeper harbours, more fertile soil, better access to fresh water, and a climate that more closely resembled the English conditions that colonists understood. The plan was sound. The execution, however, would prove catastrophic. The fleet consisted of 3 ships: the Lion, the Flyboat, and a pinnace. John White commanded as governor, but the pilot of the Lion, a Portuguese navigator named Simon Fernandez, held considerable power over the voyage's actual conduct. Fernandez had piloted previous expeditions to Roanoke and knew the Carolina coast as well as any European alive. He was also, by several accounts, more interested in privateering against Spanish shipping than in the tedious business of colony planting. The tension between White and Fernandez would erupt repeatedly during the voyage, culminating in a decision that effectively doomed the colony before it had properly begun. The colonists were a diverse group by the standards of their time. Most were from London and the surrounding counties, recruited by promises of land and opportunity. Several extended families travelled together: the Dares, the Harveys, the Joneses, and others whose names survive only in the list that John White compiled before his departure. There were craftsmen and farmers, servants and gentlemen, pregnant women and young children. At least 17 women were among the colonists, along with 9 boys and 2 infants. This was not a military expedition, but a community in transit, carrying with it all the relationships and obligations that communities require. The voyage was difficult, as Atlantic crossings typically were. Storms, illness, shortages of food and water. These were standard experiences for anyone brave or desperate enough to attempt the passage. The colonists stopped at various Caribbean islands to take on supplies and, allegedly, to allow Fernandez to pursue prize ships. By the time they approached the Carolina coast in late July, the sailing season was nearly over, and any hope of reaching the Chesapeake before winter was fading. When the ships anchored off Roanoke Island on July 22, the colonists expected to stop only briefly, to check on the holding force left the previous year before continuing north to their intended destination. What happened next depends on whose account you believe. According to John White, Fernandez refused to transport the colonists any farther, claiming that the lateness of the season made the Chesapeake voyage too dangerous. The colonists were forced to disembark at Roanoke Island, the very location that previous expeditions had found inadequate for permanent settlement. Whether Fernandez acted from legitimate nautical concern, from a desire to return to privateering, or from simple spite toward White, has been debated for 4 centuries. What is certain is that the decision stranded the colonists in a place that none of them had planned to stay, on an island already associated with failure and violence, at the beginning of what would prove to be the worst drought in 800 years. White's colony found the settlement from 1,585 overgrown but still standing, the palisades that Ralph Lane's men had built now wrapped in vines and weeds. Of the 15 men left by Grenville the previous year, there was no sign, only bones, which the colonists chose not to investigate closely. The message was clear enough. This was not a welcoming place, whatever the promotional literature had promised, but the colonists had little choice. They repaired what they could, built what they must, and prepared to make the best of circumstances that none of them had anticipated. The ships would return to England for supplies, and the colonists would wait. Virginia Dare. On the 18th of August, 1587, Eleanor Dare gave birth to a daughter on Roanoke Island. The child was christened Virginia, in honour of the territory that her grandfather John White had helped claim for England, and in honour of the Virgin Queen who had authorised that claiming. She was the first English child born in the Americas, though not the first European child. Spanish colonists had been producing American-born children for generations. But Virginia Dare was English, and that distinction mattered to the people who recorded her birth and to the generations who would remember her name long after every other fact about her life had been erased. We know almost nothing about Virginia Dare beyond the bare facts of her birth and baptism. She was born approximately 3 weeks after the colonists arrived on Roanoke Island, to parents named Ananias and Eleanor Dare. Her grandfather, Governor White, recorded the event in his journal, noting that Eleanor was delivered of a daughter and that the child was baptized the Sunday following. The baptism occurred on the 24th of August, 1587, 9 days after Virginia's birth, in accordance with English Protestant practice. After that entry, Virginia Dare disappears from the historical record entirely. We do not know when she died, or how, or whether she survived childhood at all. The symbolism invested in this infant has always exceeded anything the historical Virginia could have carried. She became in later centuries an emblem of American origins, of English claims to the continent, of the vulnerability and determination of early colonists. Statues were erected in her honour. Counties and brands were named after her. Her story was woven into narratives of American identity that had little to do with the actual circumstances of her birth or the actual fate of her colony. The mythology of Virginia Dare grew precisely because the facts were absent. She became a screen onto which Americans could project whatever meanings they wished. unburdened by the inconvenient details that historical evidence might have provided. What we can say is that Virginia Dare was born into a community already facing serious challenges. The colonists had been forced to settle in a location they had not chosen, at a season when planting was impossible, on an island whose resources had already been strained by previous English expeditions. The indigenous peoples of the region had reason to distrust English intentions given the violence that Ralph Lane had inflicted the previous year. The ships that had carried the colonists to Roanoke were preparing to return to England, leaving the settlement isolated until resupply could be arranged. Into this uncertainty, Virginia Dare was born a symbol of hope, perhaps, but also a reminder of how much the colonists had wagered on a venture whose outcome none of them could predict. Eleanor Dare, Virginia's mother and John White's daughter, left no record of her own thoughts about giving birth in such circumstances. She was approximately 21 years old, had crossed an ocean while pregnant, and had delivered a child in a settlement that lacked the midwives, physicians, and domestic infrastructure that English women expected. Whatever fears or hopes she carried, whatever she thought about the land where her daughter would grow up, whatever she imagined for Virginia's future, all of this has been lost. We have the names, Eleanor, Ananias, Virginia. We have the date, the 18th of August, 1587. Beyond that, there is only silence, and the strange immortality that comes from being remembered for circumstances rather than character, for birth rather than life, the CROATOAN connection. Among the colonists who arrived at Roanoke in 1587 was Manteo, a Croatoan man who had become perhaps the most unlikely figure in early English colonization. Manteo had first encountered the English during the 1584 expedition, when he and another indigenous man named Wanchese had agreed to travel to England with the explorers. For approximately a year, Manteo lived in London, learned English, and became invaluable to English planners as a source of information about the Carolina coast and its peoples. He returned to Roanoke with the 1585 expedition and remained an ally of the English, even as relations with other indigenous groups deteriorated. The Croatoan people lived primarily on Croatoan Island, now known as Hatteras Island, some 50 miles south of Roanoke. They were Algonquian speakers, related linguistically and culturally to the CROATOAN and other coastal groups, but they maintained a degree of independence and seem to have pursued their own diplomatic strategies. Manteo's mother was reportedly a leader among the Croatoan, which gave Manteo standing that may help explain his willingness to engage with the English. Whether he saw the English as potential allies against regional rivals, as sources of valuable trade goods, or simply as fascinating strangers worth understanding, his commitment to the colonial enterprise was consistent and consequential. On the 13th of August 1587, just 5 days before Virginia Dare's birth, John White presided over a ceremony that made Manteo the Lord of Roanoke and Dasemunkaperk, a title that apparently meant something to the English but whose significance to indigenous political structures is unclear. Manteo was also baptized, becoming what the English considered the first Native American convert to Protestant Christianity in North America. Whether Manteo understood or accepted the theological implications of baptism, or whether he participated for diplomatic reasons, is impossible to know. The English interpreted the ceremony as a triumph. Manteo may have interpreted it as something else entirely. The relationship between the 1,587 colonists and the Croatoan people would prove crucial to whatever happened after John White's departure. The colonists had arrived with Manteo as their guide and interpreter, their bridge to indigenous knowledge and resources. The Croatoan knew the land, knew where to find food and water, knew how to survive in an environment that defeated European assumptions. If the colonists were going to survive 3 years without resupply, they would need indigenous assistance. The Croatoan, and Manteo in particular, were their most obvious source of help. When John White returned to the empty settlement in 1590, the word carved into the palisade was CROATOAN. The letters CRO were carved into a nearby tree, apparently left unfinished. White understood this as a message. The colonists had relocated to Croatoan Island, where Manteo's people lived. The colonists had agreed before White's departure that they would leave a message indicating their destination if they moved, and they would carve a cross above the message if they had left under duress. There was no cross. White concluded that his colonists had moved peacefully to CROATOAN Island, where they had presumably joined with Manteo's people to await the resupply that White would bring. He never completed the journey to confirm his theory. Storms, damaged anchors, and the lateness of the season combined to prevent White from reaching CROATOAN Island. He returned to England without ever learning whether his interpretation was correct, whether his daughter and granddaughter were alive among the CROATOAN, or what had become of the people he had been charged to govern and protect. The message he found, CROATOAN, has become perhaps the most famous non-answer in American history. 3 syllables that suggest a destination, while revealing nothing about what happened when the colonists arrived there, or whether they arrived at all: the supply crisis. John White left Roanoke Island for England on the 27th of August 1587, just 9 days after his granddaughter's birth. He did not want to leave. The colonists reportedly urged him to go, arguing that his status as governor and his personal relationships at court made him the best advocate for the resupply mission that the colony desperately needed. White himself recorded his reluctance, but he eventually agreed. He could not have known that the farewell he said to his daughter and granddaughter would be permanent, that the ships he trusted to carry supplies would be pressed into other service, that 3 years would pass before he saw Roanoke Island again. The colonial logic of the era assumed that resupply was merely a matter of organisation and funding. England would send ships with provisions. The colonists would maintain their settlement until those ships arrived. Permanence would emerge from the repetition of successful voyages. This logic had a certain internal coherence, but it depended on assumptions that reality would repeatedly challenge, assumptions about the reliability of shipping, the availability of resources, the stability of political and military circumstances in Europe, and the capacity of a small settlement to survive prolonged isolation. None of these assumptions would prove warranted. White arrived in England in November 1587, carrying urgent requests for supplies and reinforcements. He immediately began organising a relief expedition, but circumstances conspired against him at every turn. The political situation in Europe was deteriorating rapidly, with Spain preparing what would become the Great Armada invasion of 1588. English resources, particularly ships, were being mobilised for defence, and private ventures like colonial resupply were suddenly lower priorities. White managed to secure 2 small vessels for a supply run in April 1588, but the expedition was disastrous. The ships turned to privateering, were attacked by French pirates, and returned to England having accomplished nothing useful for the colonists waiting 3,000 miles away. The colonists, meanwhile, were entering their first full year on Roanoke Island with whatever supplies they had managed to bring and whatever assistance they could secure from their indigenous neighbours. They had planned for White to return within months, not years. They had expected English ships on the horizon by spring at the latest. Instead, the horizon remained empty, and the months stretched into seasons, and the colonists were left to make decisions that no one in England could guide or document. What those decisions were, we do not know. Whether they debated their options, whether they argued about the best course of action, whether some wanted to stay and others wanted to leave, all of this has been lost. The colonists left no record of their deliberations, and their silence on these questions is perhaps the most frustrating aspect of the entire mystery. The assumption that 3 years was a reasonable absence reveals something important about how the colonial enterprise was understood by its organisers. From London, 3 years might seem like an acceptable delay, a temporary setback caused by war and circumstance, regrettable but manageable. From Roanoke Island, 3 years was something else entirely. 3 winters, 3 hurricane seasons, 3 cycles of planting and harvest, 3 years of births and deaths and daily struggles for survival. The colonists who carved CROATOAN into the palisade had been waiting for nearly that long. Whatever patience they had brought from England must have been tested beyond anything they had imagined. Ships that do not come cannot resupply. Promises made across an ocean cannot be kept when the ocean remains uncrossed. The Spanish Armada's shadow. In the summer of 1588, while the Roanoke colonists entered their second year of isolation, the greatest naval engagement of the Elizabethan era unfolded in the English Channel. King Philip II of Spain had assembled an armada of approximately 130 ships and nearly 30,000 men, intended to convoy a Spanish army from the Netherlands for an invasion of England. The stakes could not have been higher. The defeat of England would mean the restoration of Catholic rule, the elimination of the foremost Protestant power, and Spanish dominance of the Atlantic for generations to come. Every available English ship was pressed into defence. Sir Francis Drake, who had considered leading a resupply mission to Roanoke, instead commanded a squadron against the Spanish fleet. Walter Raleigh, the colony's patron, served in the defence of Devon. John White's desperate efforts to organise relief expeditions were subordinated to the existential threat that the Armada represented. Colonial ventures, however important they might seem to those who had invested in them, were irrelevant when the kingdom itself faced invasion. The colonists waiting on Roanoke Island had been abandoned not through indifference, but through the ruthless logic of national survival. The Armada was defeated, scattered by English fireships and harried by English guns, driven north around Scotland and down the Irish coast, where storms destroyed much of what battle had spared. England survived. The Protestant cause survived. Elizabeth's throne survived. But the Roanoke colonists, if they still survived, had no way of knowing any of this. They knew only that ships had not come, that help had not arrived, that the promises made when they departed England had not been kept. Whether they imagined the reasons war, shipwreck, abandonment, we cannot say. They may have constructed elaborate explanations, or they may have simply waited, day after day, watching the inlet for sails that did not appear. The irony is considerable. The colonists had been sent to establish English claims in the New World, to plant the seeds of Protestant empire on American soil, to challenge Spanish dominance of the Atlantic. And then Spanish dominance had reached across the ocean and trapped them anyway, not through direct attack, but through the indirect consequence of European geopolitics. The war between Protestant England and Catholic Spain, fought in the Channel and the North Sea, determined the fate of families stranded on a barrier island, who had nothing to do with that war except as symbols of the ambitions that had caused it. Empire's priorities had been laid bare. The colonists were expendable when the empire itself was at stake. The Armada crisis passed, and by 1589 England was beginning to recover its equilibrium. John White resumed his efforts to reach Roanoke, but challenges continued to multiply. Ships were scarce. Investors were cautious. The colonial enterprise that had seemed so promising in 1587 now carried the taint of failure. White would not return to Roanoke until 1590, 3 years after he had left, carrying whatever mixture of hope and dread that circumstances allowed. The colonists had been waiting that entire time, if they were still alive. Whether they understood that Spanish fleets and English politics had determined their fate is unknowable. They understood only that they had been left alone. 3 years of silence. What happened on Roanoke Island between August 1587 and August 1590 is the central mystery, the black box that historical inquiry has circled for more than 4 centuries without penetrating. We know that the colonists were alive when John White departed. We know that they were gone when he returned. The interval between these facts contains approximately 1,000 days of human experience, meals eaten, conversations held, decisions made, relationships formed and broken, births and deaths and everything in between. All of it has been lost. The silence is not merely frustrating, it is almost unbearable. We can reconstruct, with reasonable confidence, what the colonists might have faced. Food shortages, given the difficulty of agriculture on the sandy soil and the strained relations with indigenous peoples who might have provided assistance, disease, given the conditions of early colonial life and the unfamiliar pathogens that both colonists and indigenous peoples might have carried, weather, given the exposed position of the barrier islands and the documented severity of the drought that gripped the region from 1587 to 1589. But reconstruction is not documentation, and plausibility is not proof. The colonists must have made decisions during those 3 years, decisions about whether to stay or move, whether to seek indigenous assistance or attempt self-sufficiency, whether to maintain English customs or adapt to local conditions. These decisions, whatever they were, left no written record. No diary survives, no letter, no account of daily life or desperate strategy. The colonists were literate people, at least some of them, living in an age when letters and journals were common among the educated. But whatever they wrote, if they wrote anything, has not survived. The documentary trail that connects us to the past simply ends. Perhaps they expected that records would be unnecessary, that John White would return within months, and they would tell him directly what had happened. Perhaps they kept records that were lost or destroyed. Perhaps the circumstances of their disappearance prevented the preservation of whatever documentation they had created. Or perhaps, as the months stretched into years and hope faded, the maintenance of written records seemed increasingly pointless. What good is a diary if no one will ever read it? What purpose does documentation serve if the world that cares about such things has abandoned you? The silence of those 3 years has invited speculation that ranges from the plausible to the fantastic. Perhaps the colonists integrated with indigenous communities, as the carved word CROATOAN suggests. Perhaps they attempted to reach the Chesapeake Bay, their original intended destination. Perhaps they were killed by hostile groups, or succumbed to disease, or fell victim to internal conflict. Perhaps some combination of these fates befell different groups of colonists who split apart under the pressure of survival. Every theory has evidence that supports it, and evidence that contradicts it. The silence accommodates them all while confirming none. White's return. John White finally returned to Roanoke Island on the 18th of August, 1590, exactly 3 years to the day after his granddaughter Virginia Dare had been born. The symmetry is almost too precise to be coincidental, though whether it was deliberate or merely accidental is impossible to know. White had secured passage on a privateering expedition commanded by John Watts, accepting that profit-seeking was the only way to reach his stranded colonists. The voyage had been delayed, diverted, and complicated by the demands of privateering, and by the time the ships approached the Carolina coast, the sailing season was nearly over. The approach to Roanoke was as treacherous as it had always been. The shallow inlets, the shifting sandbars, the unpredictable weather, all of these obstacles remained. As the English boats attempted to navigate through the inlet, one was swamped by waves and 7 men drowned. It was an inauspicious beginning to what White must have hoped would be a joyful reunion. The survivors pressed on, reaching Roanoke Island as darkness fell on August 18. What White found, when he reached the settlement the following morning, was emptiness. The buildings had been dismantled, the palisades still standing but stripped of the structures they had once enclosed. The chests that White had buried before his departure, containing his personal belongings and his precious watercolours and maps, had been dug up and scattered, their contents ruined by exposure to the elements. There were no bodies, no graves, no signs of violence or struggle. The settlement had been abandoned, but it had been abandoned in a manner that suggested planning rather than panic. The word CROATOAN was carved into one of the palisade posts, the letters large and clear. On a nearby tree, the letters CROW had been carved and apparently left unfinished. White searched for the agreed-upon distress signal, a cross carved above the message that would indicate the colonists had left under duress, but found none. He interpreted this as hopeful. The colonists had moved, but they had moved deliberately to CROATOAN Island, where Mantio's people lived. They were waiting for him, presumably, just 50 miles to the south, but White never reached CROATOAN Island. A storm was building, and the ships had lost several anchors in the treacherous approach to Roanoke. The captains judged the situation too dangerous for further exploration along the coast. They proposed to winter in the Caribbean and return to search for the colonists in spring, but weather and circumstance prevented even this compromise. The fleet was driven out to sea by storms and eventually made its way back to England. John White would never see the Carolina coast again. He would never learn what had become of his colonists, his daughter, his granddaughter. He would carry the question with him for the rest of his life, and he would die without an answer. CROATOAN. 3 syllables carved into weathered wood, a single word that has become perhaps the most analysed, interpreted, and debated non-explanation in American history. CROATOAN. The colonists left this message before they departed, following the protocol that John White had established before his own departure. Leave word of your destination, and mark it with a cross if you leave in distress. The word was there. The cross was not. John White believed he understood what it meant. 4 centuries of historians have been less certain. The most straightforward interpretation is that the colonists did exactly what the message suggests. They relocated to CROATOAN Island, approximately 50 miles south of Roanoke, where Mantio's people lived. This interpretation has considerable appeal. The CROATOAN had been friendly to the English throughout the colonial enterprise. Mantio himself had travelled to England, learned the language, and maintained his alliance with the colonists through multiple expeditions. If the Roanoke colonists needed indigenous assistance to survive, the CROATOAN were the obvious choice allies rather than enemies, people who might welcome English settlers into their communities. But interpretations proliferate where evidence is scarce. Some historians have suggested that CROATOAN was carved under duress, despite the absence of the distress cross, that the colonists were coerced, or that they carved the word to mislead potential rescuers about their actual destination. Others have proposed that some colonists went to CROATOAN Island, while others went elsewhere, and that the message reflects only a partial truth about a community that had fragmented under pressure. Still others have argued that CROATOAN referred not to a specific destination but to a broader movement, that the colonists had joined various indigenous groups across the region, and that the word was left as a general indication of their strategy rather than a precise location. What is certain is that John White believed the message and intended to follow it. He wanted to sail to CROATOAN Island, to search for his colonists among Mantio's people, to find his daughter and granddaughter, if they were still alive. The weather and his ship's captains prevented him. He returned to England, believing that his colonists were probably alive on CROATOAN Island, waiting for the rescue that he had been unable to complete. Whether this belief brought him comfort or only deepened his anguish, the knowledge that his family might be alive and waiting, just beyond his reach, is a question that White's surviving writings do not answer. The word remains, carved into nothing now but history and memory. The original post no longer exists. The tree with CRO carved into its bark is long gone. But CROATOAN persists in archives and textbooks and documentaries like this one, 3 syllables that have outlasted the wood they were carved into, the colonists who carved them, and the centuries that separate their world from ours. Whether the colonists imagined that historians would spend 400 years arguing about what their message meant is a question the Atlantic wind declines to answer, reading absence without testimony. The fundamental challenge of Roanoke scholarship is the challenge of reading absence, of constructing narratives where no narrative was left, of interpreting silence as though silence were a form of speech. The colonists did not disappear because they chose to be mysterious. They disappeared because something happened to them, and whatever that something was, it prevented them from leaving the records that historians depend upon. We are left to interpret what they left behind, which is almost nothing, and what they failed to leave behind, which is everything we want to know. This kind of interpretive work requires a certain comfort with uncertainty that scholarly culture does not always reward. Historians are trained to make arguments supported by evidence, to construct narratives that documentary sources can verify. Roanoke defeats this training at every turn. The evidence is fragmentary. The sources are silent. The narratives we construct are always provisional, always vulnerable to the simple objection that we do not actually know what happened and probably never will. The temptation to claim more certainty than the evidence warrants is powerful, and not everyone resists it. We have the colonists' names, or most of them at least. John White recorded the members of the expedition before his departure, giving us a list of approximately 115 individuals, men, women, and children whose lives ended in undocumented silence. We can read their names now, 4 centuries later, and we can imagine them as people rather than abstractions. Ananias Dare, Eleanor Dare, Virginia Dare, Mantio, George Howe, Joyce Archard, Thomas Coleman, and the rest. They had faces and voices and histories that preceded their arrival on Roanoke Island, and plans for futures that never materialized. But the names are all we have. The faces, the voices, the plans, these have been lost. The intimacy of documented lives that end in undocumented departure creates a particular kind of historical vertigo. We know enough about the colonists to recognize them as human beings, as individuals with relationships and aspirations. We do not know enough to understand what happened to them or why. The gap between what we know and what we want to know yawns wider with every question we ask. We can imagine the colonists debating their options, making difficult decisions, saying goodbyes that might be permanent. We cannot verify any of these imaginings. The silence that swallowed them has not given them back. The integration theory. The theory that has gained the most scholarly support over the past century is also, in some ways, the most hopeful. The Roanoke colonists did not die or disappear, but rather integrated with indigenous communities, becoming part of the Algonquian-speaking societies that had occupied the Carolina coast for generations. This integration theory proposes that the colonists, facing prolonged isolation and the failure of resupply, made the practical decision to join with peoples who could help them survive. They assimilated. They intermarried. They raised children who were neither fully English nor fully indigenous, but some combination that defied the categories Europeans liked to impose. Evidence for this theory is circumstantial but suggestive. Decades after the colony's disappearance, English explorers and later colonists at Jamestown reported encountering indigenous people with European features, grey eyes, light hair, complexions that suggested mixed ancestry. Some of these reports specifically referenced survivors from Roanoke, people who had been living among indigenous communities since the 1580s. William Strachey, writing in the early 1600s, claimed that the Powhatan paramount chief had confessed to killing some of the Roanoke colonists, but also that survivors had been seen living among coastal tribes. The accounts are fragmentary and sometimes contradictory, but they consistently suggest that at least some colonists survived long enough to leave descendants. Archaeological evidence has added weight to the integration theory in recent decades. Excavations on Hatteras Island, the modern name for CROATOAN Island, have uncovered European artifacts from the late 16th century mixed with indigenous material culture, a rapier hilt, English pottery fragments, a copper ring, a slate writing tablet. Most recently, archaeologists have found what they describe as buckets of hammer-scale tiny iron flakes produced during blacksmithing at indigenous sites on Hatteras Island. This material suggests that someone with European metalworking knowledge was living and working among the CROATOAN in the years following the colony's disappearance. The simplest explanation is that one or more colonists brought their skills to CROATOAN Island and practiced them there. The integration theory has implications that extend beyond Roanoke. If the colonists joined indigenous communities, then their story is not one of disappearance but of transformation. They did not vanish. They became something else. Their descendants, if descendants exist, would have blended into indigenous populations over generations, their English ancestry becoming one strand among many in the complex genetics of coastal Carolina. The lost colonists, in this interpretation, were never lost at all. They simply stopped being the kind of people that English record-keeping cared to track. They became, in effect, invisible to a colonial project that recognized only certain kinds of existence as worth documenting. The CROATOAN migration. The most specific version of the integration theory focuses on CROATOAN Island itself, the destination that the colonists appear to have indicated with their carved message. This interpretation suggests that the colonists did exactly what the evidence suggests. They moved to CROATOAN Island, joined with Manteo's people, and established a hybrid community that persisted for generations after John White's final voyage. The simplicity of this interpretation is both its strength and its weakness. It takes the evidence at face value, which scientific and historical reasoning generally recommend, but it also raises questions that the evidence cannot answer. If the colonists moved to CROATOAN Island, why did later English expeditions fail to find them there? When European visitors returned to the Carolina coast in the early 17th century, they did not report encountering English-speaking communities on CROATOAN Island. Either the integrated colonists had moved elsewhere, or they had assimilated so thoroughly that visitors did not recognize them as having English origins, or the visitors did not look very hard, or the accounts of these visits are incomplete. All of these possibilities are plausible. None can be confirmed. John White's failure to reach CROATOAN Island in 1590 has puzzled scholars for centuries. The distance was not great, 50 miles, perhaps 2 or 3 days sailing under favourable conditions. The weather was bad, certainly, and the ships had lost anchors in the treacherous approach to Roanoke. but White himself wanted desperately to reach CROATOAN Island, and the ship's captains overruled him. Whether they made a reasonable nautical judgment or whether they simply prioritized their own concerns over the fate of colonists they had never met is a question that invites cynical answers. The barriers to a simple resolution of the mystery were, in the end, quite mundane. Shallow water, missing anchors, an approaching storm. Weather can interrupt history as decisively as any human decision. The modern community of Hatteras Island maintains a strong connection to the lost colony narrative, and some residents identify as descendants of the CROATOAN people who may have absorbed the English colonists. The Lost Colony Centre for Science and Research operates on the island, conducting ongoing investigations into archaeological sites that may reveal further evidence of integration. Whether the colonists' descendants still walk the same barrier islands their ancestors reached in desperation is a possibility that genetics and archaeology may eventually be able to address, though the answers, if they come, will arrive 4 centuries too late to comfort John White. The drought factor. In 1998, scientists studying tree ring data from ancient bald cypress trees in southeastern Virginia made a discovery that reframed the Roanoke mystery. Dendrochronological analysis, the science of reading climate history. From the annual growth rings of long-lived trees revealed that the years from 1587 to 1589 marked the most severe drought in approximately 800 years. The colonists had arrived at what might have been the worst possible moment, when even indigenous peoples who had lived on the land for generations would have struggled to find adequate food and water. Tree rings record climate conditions with remarkable precision. In years of adequate rainfall, trees produce wide growth rings. In drought years, the rings are narrow. By sampling trees that have lived for centuries, scientists can reconstruct climate patterns extending far back into the past. The cypress trees of the Virginia Tidewater provided a record stretching back to the medieval period, and the picture they revealed was stark. The late 1580s were catastrophically dry. Crops would have failed. Freshwater sources would have diminished. The carrying capacity of the land would have been reduced precisely when the colonists needed it most. The drought factor does not explain where the colonists went, but it helps explain why they might have left. Roanoke Island was already marginal for European-style agriculture under normal conditions. Under severe drought, it would have been nearly impossible. The colonists' indigenous neighbours would have been experiencing their own food shortages, reducing their ability or willingness to share resources with newcomers. The desperate logic of survival might have forced decisions that well-provisioned communities would never consider. Abandoning the settlement, dispersing into smaller groups, seeking assistance from peoples who might not welcome the additional strain on their resources. The environmental context reminds us that history happens in physical spaces shaped by forces that care nothing for human plans. The colonists who carved CROATOAN into the palisade were not merely dealing with political and social challenges, the failure of resupply, the uncertainty of indigenous relations, the isolation from English support. They were also dealing with the most fundamental challenge of human existence, finding enough food and water to survive. The drought of 1587 to 1589 turned an already difficult situation into a crisis. Nature was not hostile exactly, but it was indifferent, and indifference can be more lethal than hostility when resources are scarce. The violence we cannot see. Not all theories about Roanoke are hopeful. Some propose that the colonists met violent ends killed by indigenous groups hostile to English presence or destroyed by internal conflict, or eliminated by Spanish forces who viewed English colonization as a threat to be neutralized. These theories are more difficult to evaluate than the integration theory because they leave less archaeological evidence. Assimilated colonists might leave artifacts. Dead colonists leave bones and battlefields. The absence of such remains does not prove that violence did not occur, but it does complicate efforts to confirm violent theories. The Powhatan Paramount Chiefdom, which dominated the Chesapeake Bay region to the north, was later reported to have claimed responsibility for destroying the Roanoke colonists. William Strachey, secretary of the Jamestown colony, wrote that Chief Powhatan himself had confessed to ordering the massacre of English survivors who had been living among coastal tribes. If true, This would suggest that some colonists survived for years after the settlement's abandonment, only to be killed in conflicts that preceded or accompanied the Jamestown expedition. The timing would place the massacre around 1,620 years after the colony's founding, which would mean 20 years of survival followed by sudden destruction. But Strachey's account is problematic. It reached English ears through multiple layers of translation and interpretation. It may have served Powhatan political purposes that we do not fully understand. It contradicts other evidence suggesting that colonist descendants were encountered peacefully by later English explorers. Like much of the evidence surrounding Roanoke, Strachey's report creates more questions than it answers. Was Powhatan claiming credit for deaths he did not cause? Was he describing events that actually occurred? Was the entire account a misunderstanding, lost in translation between Algonquian and English? The violence we cannot see includes not only violence against the colonists, but violence among them. Colonial settlements in this period were often racked by internal conflict disagreements about leadership, resource distribution, relations with indigenous peoples, and basic survival strategy. The Jamestown colony, founded 20 years after Roanoke, nearly destroyed itself through factionalism and infighting. Whether the Roanoke colonists experienced similar internal strife is unknowable, but it would hardly be surprising if they did. Small communities under extreme pressure often fracture along fault lines that more stable conditions would conceal. The lost colony might have lost itself through internal collapse before any external force could deliver a final blow. The Chesapeake hypothesis. The colonists who landed at Roanoke in 1587 had not intended to stay there. Their original destination was the Chesapeake Bay, some 200 miles to the north, where deeper harbours, richer soil, and more favourable conditions awaited. Simon Fernandez's refusal to transport them beyond Roanoke had stranded them in a location that colonial planners had already identified as inadequate. One theory proposes that the colonists eventually attempted to reach their intended destination on their own, travelling north toward the Chesapeake in hope of finding the conditions that Roanoke had denied them. This theory draws support from the fact that later English explorers reported encountering Roanoke survivors, or their descendants, in the Chesapeake region. John Smith and other Jamestown colonists heard stories of English people living among indigenous communities near the bay, people who had arrived long before Jamestown was founded. If these reports were accurate, they suggest that at least some Roanoke colonists made the journey that Fernandez had prevented reaching the Chesapeake, joining with local peoples and surviving for decades in ways that left traces in indigenous memory. The challenges of such a journey would have been considerable. 200 miles through unfamiliar territory, much of it controlled by peoples who had no reason to welcome English travellers, with limited supplies and uncertain knowledge of the route. The colonists included women and children, which would have slowed their progress and increased their vulnerability. They would have needed indigenous assistance at every stage: guides, food, protection from hostile groups. Whether such assistance was available, and whether the colonists were able to secure it, cannot be determined from the surviving evidence. John White himself never investigated the Chesapeake hypothesis. When he returned in 1590, he focused on CROATOAN Island because that was where the carved message seemed to direct him. He made no effort to sail north toward the Chesapeake, even though his colonists' original destination lay in that direction. Whether this was a reasonable decision given the circumstances or a missed opportunity that foreclosed important possibilities is a question that admits different answers. White believed the message. He followed it as far as weather and his captains allowed. The Chesapeake would have to wait for other investigators, and by the time they arrived, the trail had grown cold. What the silence says. We imagine their faces because we cannot help ourselves. The historical mind abhors a vacuum as much as the physical universe does, and the silence of Roanoke invites projection. We picture colonists standing on the shore, watching the horizon for sails that do not appear. We imagine conversations. Should we stay? Should we go? How long should we wait? What will we tell our children? We construct emotions: hope, fear, resignation, determination. We invest these imaginary people with our own anxieties, our own values, our own assumptions about how human beings behave under pressure. The danger of such projection is that it tells us more about ourselves than about the colonists. When we imagine the Roanoke colonists as heroic pioneers, we reveal our investment in narratives of American exceptionalism. When we imagine them as victims of colonial hubris, we reveal contemporary critiques of empire and expansion. When we imagine them as ordinary people caught in extraordinary circumstances, we reveal our preference for universalizing frameworks that reduce historical specificity to human constants. The colonists themselves, whatever they actually thought and felt, remain beyond our reach, obscured by the very silence that makes them fascinating. What the silence actually says, if it says anything, is that some historical questions cannot be answered with the evidence we possess. This is not a comfortable conclusion for those of us who want to know, who believe that persistence and ingenuity can unlock any mystery, but it may be an honest one. The Roanoke colonists kept their secrets, whether deliberately or accidentally, and 4 centuries of investigation have not forced them to reveal what happened. We can propose theories, evaluate evidence, construct narratives that seem more or less plausible. We cannot achieve certainty. The silence remains. Perhaps this is the lesson, if there must be a lesson, that not everything from the past can be recovered, that some departures are permanent, that documentation has limits and memory has limits, and historical inquiry has limits. The colonists who carved CROATOAN did not carve their story. They left a direction, not an explanation. They pointed towards something without describing what they found when they got there. We follow the direction as best we can, across 4 centuries of speculation, and we arrive at the same place we started, wondering what happened, knowing we may never know. The Spanish reports. Spain watched English colonial ambitions with keen interest and considerable alarm. The New World was Spain's domain by papal decree and hard-won conquest, and any English incursion represented both an economic threat and a religious one. Spanish intelligence networks tracked English movements across the Atlantic, and Spanish officials collected reports about Roanoke that provide an external perspective on the colony's fate, though not, unfortunately, a clear explanation of what happened. Spanish reconnaissance expeditions visited the Carolina coast in the years following the colony's establishment, searching for English settlements that might threaten Spanish interests. Some of these expeditions reported finding abandoned structures consistent with English presence. Others reported finding nothing at all. The Spanish were simultaneously overestimating and underestimating English capabilities, overestimating the threat that a few dozen starving colonists could pose, underestimating the resilience that might allow even failed colonies to leave lasting traces. Some historians have proposed that Spain itself may have eliminated the Roanoke colonists, that a Spanish military expedition attacked the settlement and killed or captured its inhabitants. This theory is possible but poorly supported. Spanish records do not document any such attack, and the Spanish generally preferred to track English colonies rather than destroy them, gathering intelligence that might prove useful in future confrontations. An outright assault would also have required navigating the same treacherous inlets that challenged English ships, with the same risk of running aground in waters that Spanish pilots did not know as well as Simon Fernandez did. What the Spanish reports do confirm is that European powers were paying attention to the Carolina coast and to English activities there. Roanoke was not an isolated experiment conducted in secret, but a move in a larger geopolitical game whose players included not just England and Spain, but also France, the Netherlands, and the indigenous nations of eastern North America. The colonists who disappeared were pawns in this game, their fates determined partly by decisions made in London and Madrid by people who would never see the Barrier Islands or know the colonists' names. Empire, like nature, was indifferent to individual lives. It pursued its own logic, and individuals adapted or perished. Mini-documentary, The Voyage of 1587. Let us pause here and narrow our focus. Let us imagine ourselves aboard the Lion as it departs Plymouth in May of 1587, bound for a continent that most of its passengers have never seen. The colonists have said their goodbyes to families and friends who expect to see them again, eventually, once the colony is established and successful. They have packed what they can carry: clothing, tools, seeds for planting, perhaps a Bible or a treasured book. They have made arrangements for the lives they are leaving behind, expecting those arrangements to hold until they return or send word. They do not know that they are stepping into a disappearance. The Atlantic crossing in the 16th century was an ordeal that modern travellers can barely imagine. The ships were small by today's standards, crowded with passengers and cargo and crew, with minimal sanitation and endless opportunities for disease. The voyage typically took 10 to 12 weeks, though weather could extend it significantly. Passengers lived on preserved food, salt meat, hardtack, dried peas and beans, supplemented by whatever fresh provisions could be obtained during stops along the way. Seasickness was endemic. Privacy was non-existent. The social hierarchies of English society persisted aboard ship, but the levelling experience of shared misery may have softened them somewhat. The Lion was commanded by John White but piloted by Simon Fernandez, and the tension between these two men would shape the voyage in ways that White could not have anticipated. Fernandez knew the Atlantic as few Europeans did. He had made the crossing multiple times and understood the currents, the wind patterns, the islands where ships could resupply. But Fernandez was also motivated by considerations that did not align with White's colonial mission. Privateering offered immediate profit. Colony planting offered only delayed returns. The stops that the expedition made in the Caribbean, ostensibly for supplies, may have served Fernandez's interests as much as the colonists'. The colonists themselves were a cross-section of English society, families from London and the provinces, craftsmen and servants, men and women ranging from childhood to middle age. Several women were pregnant, including Eleanor Dare, who would give birth to Virginia just weeks after arriving at Roanoke. The decision to include families represented a significant shift in English colonial strategy, a recognition that permanent settlement required the domestic infrastructure that military garrisons could not provide. These were not soldiers but settlers, people who expected to build homes and raise children in a land they had never seen. As the coast of Carolina came into view in late July, the colonists prepared for the final leg of their journey. They expected to stop briefly at Roanoke, check on the holding force left the previous year, and then continue north to the Chesapeake Bay. They did not expect to be stranded. But Fernandez had other plans, or other calculations, or perhaps simply other priorities. When he refused to carry the colonists beyond Roanoke, claiming that the season was too late for further navigation, the colonial venture took a turn from which it would never recover. The colonists stepped onto Roanoke Island expecting to stay only briefly. They would never leave. Beyond Roanoke, the lost colony was not the only English colonial disaster of the 16th century, nor would English colonization suddenly become successful after Roanoke's failure. The early history of English settlement in North America is a history of catastrophe dressed in the language of pioneering spirit, a pattern of underestimation, overconfidence, and suffering that repeated itself for decades. Roanoke was the first serious attempt, but it was not the last failure. What makes Roanoke exceptional is not its outcome, but its mystery, the silence that has made it impossible to reduce to a simple narrative of defeat and lesson. Jamestown, founded in 1607, came closer to complete failure than most accounts acknowledge. The colony lost more than half its inhabitants in its first year, fell into near anarchy multiple times, and was saved only by a combination of factors: indigenous assistance during critical periods, the arrival of supply ships at crucial moments, and eventually the development of tobacco as a profitable export that Roanoke never enjoyed. The Jamestown colonists knew about Roanoke. They searched for survivors and heard rumours of English people living among indigenous communities. They inherited Roanoke's legacy even as they struggled to avoid Roanoke's fate. Plymouth Colony, founded in 1620, entered American mythology as the successful alternative to earlier failures, the Pilgrims who built a lasting community through faith and determination. But Plymouth, too, experienced devastating mortality in its early years, and its survival depended heavily on assistance from indigenous peoples who had their own reasons for helping English newcomers. The pattern persisted. English colonists arrived with inadequate preparation, faced conditions that their planning had not anticipated, and survived or perished based on factors that colonial promoters had ignored or dismissed. Roanoke's place in this pattern is as the cautionary tale that did not caution. The colonists of 1587 knew that the 1585 to 86 expedition had struggled and ultimately evacuated. They knew that the holding force left by Grenville had disappeared. They knew that relations with indigenous peoples had been damaged by English violence. And yet they came anyway, trusting in their patrons' assurances and their own adaptability. The knowledge that earlier colonists had failed did not prevent later colonists from trying and failing and trying again. Roanoke taught England that American colonization was possible, even as it demonstrated that American colonization was difficult. The lesson that survived was the optimistic half. John White's grief. John White returned to England in 1590 as a man who had lost everything except the record of what he had lost. His daughter Eleanor, his granddaughter Virginia, his colonists, his ambitions, all of these remained on Roanoke Island or CROATOAN Island or somewhere in the American wilderness that he would never search again. What he brought back were questions, and watercolours, and a grief that would follow him through whatever remained of his life. We know very little about John White's final years. He wrote letters to Richard Hakluyt, the compiler of travel narratives, in which he described his unsuccessful efforts to reach the colonists and expressed his belief that they had relocated to CROATOAN Island. He seems to have lived in Ireland for a time, perhaps on an estate owned by Walter Raleigh. He disappeared from the historical record around 1593, his death unrecorded, his burial place unknown. The man who had documented so much of the New World's human and natural landscapes left almost no documentation of his own ending. The watercolours and maps that White created during the 1585 expedition remain among the most important visual records of early contact between Europeans and indigenous Americans. His images of Algonquian peoples, their clothing, their villages, their rituals, their daily lives, provide a window into cultures that would be transformed beyond recognition within a few generations. His maps, remarkably accurate for their time, shaped European understanding of the Carolina coast for decades. These achievements persist while the man himself has faded, his personal tragedy overshadowed by his professional legacy. What White felt about his failure we can only imagine. He had been entrusted with leading a colony, and the colony had vanished under his governance. He had left his family behind, promising to return with supplies, and he had returned 3 years later to find them gone. Whether he blamed himself or Fernandez or the war with Spain, or the caprice of weather and circumstance, this he did not record, or if he recorded it, the record has not survived. His official letters maintain a tone of measured hope. The colonists are probably alive, probably on CROATOAN Island, probably waiting for rescue. Whether this hope was genuine or merely the professional optimism that colonial administrators were expected to maintain is impossible to know. The grandfather searching for a granddaughter he would never find. This image haunts the Roanoke narrative in ways that the abstract disappearance of colonists does not. White was a man with a family, and his family was lost, and he spent the remainder of his life not knowing whether they were alive or dead, not knowing whether his granddaughter had grown up or been killed in infancy, not knowing anything except that he had failed to protect them. The personal cost of colonial ambition, measured in one man's unfinished business, resonates across the centuries more powerfully than the economic calculations that drove the enterprise. Jamestown's inheritance. 20 years separated Roanoke's disappearance from Jamestown's founding 2 decades, during which English enthusiasm for American colonization waxed and waned, but never entirely disappeared. The investors and adventurers who established Jamestown in 1607 knew about Roanoke. They had read the accounts, studied the maps, absorbed whatever lessons they believed the earlier failure could teach. Whether they learned the right lessons is debatable. What is certain is that they repeated many of the same mistakes. The Jamestown colonists arrived in Virginia, the same Virginia that had been named in Elizabeth's honor during Raleigh's expeditions with inadequate supplies. Insufficient skills for wilderness survival and assumptions about indigenous peoples that bore little relationship to reality. They expected to find gold, as earlier promoters had promised. They expected indigenous peoples to provide food, as earlier accounts had suggested they might. They expected English superiority to translate automatically into colonial success. The land once again had not read the promotional literature. The starving time of 1609 to 1610, when Jamestown's population dropped from approximately 500 to 60 through death from starvation, disease and conflict, echoed the privations that Roanoke colonists must have experienced. The difference was that Jamestown received resupply at critical moments when Roanoke had not. The difference was that Jamestown's colonists maintained written records that survived when Roanoke's did not. The difference was luck and timing, and the particular circumstances that history distributes without regard for who deserves success and who deserves failure. The Jamestown colonists searched for Roanoke survivors and heard tantalizing reports of English people living among indigenous communities. Captain John Smith recorded stories of survivors who had been seen or spoken of by indigenous informants. Some of these reports placed survivors in the Chesapeake region. Others suggested they had been killed by the Powhatan paramount chiefdom shortly before Jamestown's founding. The reports were contradictory and difficult to verify, but they kept alive the possibility that Roanoke's disappearance was not quite complete, that somewhere in the forests and wetlands of coastal Virginia, English bloodlines persisted, the persistence of mystery. More than 400 years have passed since John White found the empty settlement on Roanoke Island. Generations of historians, archaeologists, genealogists, and amateur investigators have searched for answers to the questions he could not resolve. Libraries of scholarship have been written. Conferences have been convened. Excavations have been conducted. DNA studies have been undertaken. And still the fundamental question remains: what happened to the Roanoke colonists? The persistence of the mystery says something about human nature and the peculiar appeal of the unsolved. We want answers, and when answers are not available, we construct them theories that fill the void, narratives that satisfy the craving for resolution. The Roanoke mystery has generated an industry of speculation, from serious scholarly work to sensational popular treatments that propose everything from supernatural explanations to elaborate conspiracy theories. The colonists have become screens for projection, their silence inviting interpretations that reveal as much about the interpreters as about the interpreted. But perhaps the mystery persists because the evidence genuinely does not permit resolution. Perhaps there is no answer to be found, only an absence where an answer should be a silence that cannot be filled because the information that would fill it was never recorded or has been irretrievably lost. This is a possibility that the human mind resists. We want to believe that persistence will yield results, that every mystery is solvable if we only look hard enough. The Roanoke mystery tests this faith. 4 centuries of looking have not produced certainty. They have produced only more refined uncertainty, more sophisticated speculation, more acknowledgement of what we do not know. The mystery may persist forever, or at least as long as humans remain interested in asking questions about the past. New archaeological techniques may reveal evidence that current methods cannot detect. New documentary discoveries may emerge from archives that have not yet been thoroughly searched. New genetic studies may trace colonial bloodlines through populations that have not yet been tested. But there is no guarantee that any of these possibilities will materialize, and there is no timeline for their materialization if they do. The colonists have kept their secret for 400 years. They may keep it forever. Mini-documentary, Virginia Dare, A Life in 9 Days. Let us pause again and consider the briefest life in American history that has nonetheless achieved a kind of immortality. Virginia Dare existed in the documentary record for exactly 9 days, from the 18th of August 1587, when John White recorded her birth, to the 27th of August 1587, when White departed Roanoke Island and ceased to observe the child he had helped bring into the world. 9 days of documented existence, followed by 4 centuries of undocumented legend. On the first day, the 18th of August, 1587, Virginia entered the world. We do not know the circumstances of her birth, whether it was easy or difficult, whether midwives attended, whether her parents had hoped for a boy or a girl or simply for a healthy child. We know only that Eleanor Dare was delivered of a daughter, and that the daughter was alive. Roanoke Island's first English child had arrived, squalling and helpless, into a world that had no idea what to do with her. The days between birth and baptism would have been consumed by the ordinary business of early infancy, nursing, sleeping, the anxious monitoring that all parents perform when their children are fragile and new. Eleanor Dare was recovering from childbirth in a settlement that lacked the comforts of English domesticity. Ananias Dare was presumably adjusting to fatherhood while also attending to whatever responsibilities the colonial council had assigned him. John White was preparing for his departure, organizing the supplies he would request, the arguments he would make, the voyage that would separate him from his family for what he expected to be months and what would prove to be forever. On the 24th of August 1587, Virginia was baptized. The ceremony made her a Christian, a member of the Church of England, and in some theological sense a person with a soul that required salvation. The name Virginia honoured the colony that had welcomed her birth and the Virgin Queen who had authorised the colony's founding. It was a name that carried aspirations, English aspirations for the New World, parental aspirations for a daughter's future, perhaps colonial aspirations for a permanence that women and children symbolised in ways that soldiers could not. On the 27th of August 1587, John White departed. Virginia was 9 days old. She would have been nursing, sleeping, doing whatever newborns do while the adults around them make decisions that will shape their lives. Her grandfather said goodbye, promising to return with supplies, expecting to see her again within months. He did not know that he was saying goodbye forever. He did not know that Virginia would become famous for disappearing rather than for anything she might have accomplished had she survived. What happened to Virginia after the 27th of August 1587 is the subject of 4 centuries of speculation and will remain so for the foreseeable future. She may have died in infancy, as many children did in this period, succumbing to disease or malnutrition or the countless hazards that threatened the young. She may have survived childhood and grown to adulthood among the CROATOAN or another indigenous group, bearing children of her own whose descendants might walk the Carolina coast today. She may have been killed by violence, or lost to illness, or simply absorbed into a population whose records do not distinguish between English immigrants and indigenous inhabitants. The mythology of Virginia Dare has outlived any facts we possess about her. She became, in the 19th and 20th centuries, a symbol of American origins, the first English child born on American soil, the innocent face of colonial enterprise, the lost daughter of a lost colony. Statues were erected in her honour. Her name was given to counties and products and institutions. Stories were written about her, imagining the life she might have lived, the woman she might have become, the descendants she might have left. All of this mythology rests on 9 days of documented existence. All of it represents the human need to construct narratives where silence has left a void, rediscovery and excavation. The modern search for the lost colony began in earnest in the 19th century and has continued, with varying intensity and sophistication ever since. Archaeological excavations on Roanoke Island, on Hatteras Island, and at sites along the Carolina coast have uncovered artifacts that illuminate 16th century life in the region, though they have not, despite decades of effort, definitively resolved the mystery of what happened to the colonists. Fort Raleigh National Historic Site, established on Roanoke Island in the 20th century, preserves the area where the 1,585 and 1,587 settlements were located. Archaeologists have excavated portions of this site multiple times, uncovering evidence of English presence, pottery fragments, metalworking debris, remnants of structures consistent with Elizabethan construction methods. They have also found indigenous artifacts mixed with European materials, suggesting the kind of cultural exchange that integration theories propose. But the site has not yielded the definitive evidence graves, written documents, unambiguous proof of what happened that would resolve the central question. The most intriguing recent discoveries have come not from Roanoke Island, but from Hatteras Island, the modern name for CROATOAN Island. Excavations at the Cape Creek site, conducted over several decades by various archaeological teams, have uncovered a remarkable mixture of indigenous and European artifacts, pottery from both traditions, metal objects of English origin, a rapier hilt, a copper ring, fragments of a slate writing tablet. Most recently, archaeologists have reported finding significant quantities of hammer-scale, tiny iron flakes produced during blacksmithing at indigenous sites on the island. This evidence suggests that someone with European metalworking skills was living and working among the Croatoan people in the years following the colony's disappearance. The archaeological evidence supports the integration theory without proving it conclusively. European artifacts at indigenous sites could result from integration, but they could also result from trade, or looting, or other processes that do not require actual European presence. The distinction matters. Finding English pottery at a CROATOAN village tells us that English objects reached that village, but it does not tell us how those objects arrived, or whether English people accompanied them. The evidence is suggestive rather than decisive, consistent with integration but not proof of it. The Dare Stones. In 1937, a California tourist named Louis Hammond claimed to have found a stone near the Chowan River in North Carolina, inscribed with a message purporting to be from Eleanor Dare. The inscription described the deaths of colonists, including Virginia Dare and Ananias Dare, and provided Eleanor's account of events following John White's departure. If authentic, the stone would have been one of the most significant discoveries in American historical archaeology, direct documentary evidence from a colonist explaining what had happened to the lost colony. The stone attracted immediate attention and equally immediate skepticism. Scholars at Berea College in Georgia undertook extensive investigations, ultimately concluding that the original stone might be authentic, while dozens of subsequent Dare stones that emerged over the following years were almost certainly forgeries. A stonecutter named Bill Eberhardt was eventually identified as the source of most of these forgeries, having sold approximately 42 fabricated stones to eager collectors before the hoax was exposed. The first stone, known as the Chowan stone, remains controversial. Linguistic analysis has produced conflicting conclusions about whether its inscription is consistent with 16th century English usage. Physical analysis has failed to definitively date the carving. Some scholars maintain that the stone could be authentic, that Eleanor Dare really did carve a message before her death, and that Louis Hammond really did find it nearly 4 centuries later. Others consider the entire affair a hoax from beginning to end, arguing that the first stone was as fraudulent as the later ones. The Dare Stones episode illustrates the danger that mystery creates for historical inquiry. The desire for answers can make investigators credulous, willing to accept evidence that would be rejected in less emotionally charged contexts. The Roanoke mystery generated such intense public interest that hoaxers found a ready market for fabricated evidence, and even sophisticated researchers were initially deceived. The stones remind us that the absence of evidence is not merely frustrating, it is also dangerous, creating vacuums that bad faith can exploit. The DNA search. Modern genetic science has opened new possibilities for tracing the Roanoke colonists' descendants, if descendants exist. DNA analysis can identify genetic markers that persist across generations, potentially connecting living individuals to ancestors who lived centuries ago. Several projects have attempted to apply these techniques to the Roanoke mystery, with results that are intriguing but inconclusive. The Lost Colony DNA Project, established in the early 21st century, has collected genetic samples from individuals who claim descent from the colonists or who belong to communities that might have absorbed colonial survivors. The Lumbee people of North Carolina, in particular, have long claimed connections to the lost colony, and some genetic studies have sought to evaluate these claims. The results have been mixed. Some individuals show genetic patterns consistent with European ancestry, but the complexity of genetic inheritance over multiple generations makes it difficult to establish specific connections to specific colonists. The fundamental challenge is that 4 centuries of genetic mixing have diluted and dispersed whatever distinctive markers the colonists might have carried. If colonists integrated with indigenous communities, their descendants would have married into those communities repeatedly over generations, with each marriage reducing the genetic contribution of the original colonial ancestors. After 400 years, even direct descendants might carry only trace amounts of DNA traceable to the 1,587 colonists, amounts so small that they would be indistinguishable from the general European genetic contribution that has entered indigenous populations through multiple pathways. DNA evidence cannot prove that specific living individuals are descended from specific Roanoke colonists, but it can provide statistical support for the integration theory more broadly. If indigenous communities in the Roanoke region show elevated levels of European genetic markers that cannot be explained by later historical contacts, this would be consistent with early integration of English colonists. Such evidence would not resolve the mystery definitively, but it would add weight to the interpretation that the colonists did not simply die or vanish, but rather became part of communities that persisted. Mini-documentary. John White's final search. Let us return one last time to the moment that defines the Roanoke mystery. August 1590, when John White stepped onto the island where he had left his family 3 years before and found only absence. Let us imagine what it was like to stand in that empty settlement, searching for signs of what had happened, hoping against hope that the silence would speak. The voyage itself had been difficult. White had secured passage on a privateering expedition, accepting that profit-motivated captains were the only way to reach his stranded colonists. The ships had spent months in the Caribbean pursuing Spanish prizes before finally turning toward the Carolina coast. White had chafed at every delay, knowing that his family was waiting, not knowing whether they were still alive. By the time the ships approached Roanoke in mid-August, his anxiety must have been nearly unbearable. The approach through the inlet was treacherous, as it had always been. One boat was swamped by waves, and 7 men drowned within sight of the island. White himself nearly died in the crossing, saved only by luck and the efforts of his companions. The deaths must have felt like omens, as if the island itself was warning them to stay away, punishing them for their long absence. But White pressed on. His daughter was on that island, or had been. His granddaughter, whom he had last seen as a 9-day-old infant, might be waiting for him. What he found instead was emptiness. The settlement had been dismantled, the palisades still standing, but the buildings within them gone. The chests he had buried before his departure had been dug up and scattered, their contents, including his precious watercolours and maps, ruined by exposure. There were no bodies, no graves, no signs of violence, just the eerie order of an orderly departure and the word CROATOAN carved into a post. White searched the settlement thoroughly, looking for any clue that might explain what had happened. He found the carved letters, the scattered possessions, the absence of the distress signal he had told the colonists to leave if they departed under duress. He constructed his interpretation. The colonists had moved to CROATOAN Island, where Manteo's people lived, and they were waiting there for rescue. The interpretation made sense. The evidence supported it. White prepared to sail to CROATOAN Island and find his family. But the weather intervened, and his captains intervened, and the circumstances that had separated him from his family for 3 years would not relent. Storms damaged the ship's anchors. The season was late. The captains judged it too dangerous to continue along the treacherous coast. They would winter in the Caribbean, they said, and return in spring to search for the colonists. White agreed, because he had no choice. He sailed away from Roanoke Island for the last time, watching the shore recede until it disappeared below the horizon. The Caribbean winter became an Atlantic crossing. The spring search was never conducted. White returned to England, having failed, once again, to reach his colonists. He would spend the remainder of his life not knowing what had happened to the people he had been sent to lead, to the daughter he had raised, to the granddaughter he had barely known. The questions he carried would persist long after his death, would persist through 4 centuries of investigation, would persist perhaps forever. The grandfather searching for a granddaughter he would never find. This is the image that haunts Roanoke, the human cost that makes the mystery more than an academic puzzle, the weight of disappearance. To have vanished more than 400 years ago is to occupy a peculiar space in historical memory. The Roanoke colonists are too distant to feel fully real, their lives too poorly documented to reconstruct in satisfying detail. But they are also too close to dismiss, their disappearance too mysterious to ignore, their silence too profound to fill with comfortable narratives. They hang suspended between presence and absence, between history and legend, between the documented past and the undocumented void that swallowed them. The weight of their disappearance accumulates with each passing year. Every decade that passes without resolution adds to the mystery's density, the sense that something important has been lost that cannot be recovered. The colonists themselves experience time differently than we do, their days measured by sunlight and seasons, their years measured by harvests and hunger, their survival measured by the arrival or non-arrival of ships on the horizon. For them, 3 years of waiting must have felt like forever. For us, 4 centuries of wondering feel like something that might continue forever. We want to know what happened because we want to believe that the past is knowable, that persistence and intelligence can recover what time has buried, that the dead can be made to speak if we only ask the right questions. The Roanoke mystery challenges this faith. It suggests that some questions cannot be answered, that some silences cannot be broken, that some departures are final in ways that even the most determined investigators cannot reverse. This is not a comfortable suggestion, but it may be an honest one. The colonists who carved CROATOAN did not know they were creating a mystery. They were leaving a message, a direction, a sign for the rescuers they expected to arrive. They could not have imagined that their message would be analysed, debated, and interpreted for centuries, that 3 syllables carved into wood would become the most famous non-answer in American history. They were practical people facing practical problems, trying to survive in circumstances that no planning had anticipated. The mystery they left behind was accidental, the byproduct of silence rather than its intention, the Roanoke legacy reconsidered. What the lost colony ultimately says about the era that produced it is a question that admits multiple answers, all of them probably partially true. It says something about ambition, the belief that English presence on American soil was inevitable, that colonies could be planted like seeds and expected to flourish, that determination could overcome any obstacle. It says something about hubris, the assumption that promotional literature was sufficient preparation for colonial reality, that indigenous peoples would accommodate English plans, that European civilization was portable and transplantable without fundamental transformation. It says something about the fragility of early settlements, about how close even successful colonies came to the fate that befell Roanoke. Jamestown nearly failed. Plymouth nearly failed. The pattern of early colonization was a pattern of near disasters, and Roanoke was distinguished only by crossing the line from near disaster to actual disappearance. The colonists who survived at Jamestown and Plymouth were not necessarily braver or more capable than those who vanished at Roanoke. They were luckier or more fortunate in their timing, or beneficiaries of circumstances that the Roanoke colonists did not enjoy. It says something about memory and forgetting, about who gets remembered and why. The colonists' names survive because John White recorded them, but their lives do not survive because no one recorded those. They exist in the historical record as names on a list, positions in a hierarchy, roles in a venture that failed. We know almost nothing about their individual characters, their personal relationships, their hopes and fears and daily routines. They have been reduced to types: colonists, settlers, the lost. The reduction is perhaps inevitable, given the scarcity of evidence, but it represents a kind of erasure that the original people would probably not have welcomed. The elevation of English identity that the Roanoke colony represented has persisted in American mythology, even as the colony itself disappeared. The idea that English settlement marked the beginning of American history despite the millennia of indigenous history that preceded it, despite the Spanish and French colonies that predated English ventures, remains embedded in the stories Americans tell about themselves. Roanoke participates in this mythology even as it complicates it. The first serious English attempt at American settlement was a failure. The colonies that succeeded were built on the ruins of efforts that did not. American origins, whatever origin stories we prefer, were messy and contingent, and marked by suffering that promotional literature did not acknowledge. Closing section. And so we arrive at the end of this journey, though the journey itself has no proper ending, only a pause, a moment of stillness before the questions resume. The Roanoke colonists set sail from England in 1587, expecting to build new lives on American shores. They carried with them the assumptions of their age, that empire was possible, that English civilization was exportable, that determination and faith could overcome whatever obstacles the wilderness presented. They discovered, as so many have discovered before and since, that the wilderness has its own opinions. What they found on Roanoke Island was not the promised land that promotional literature had described, but a marginal environment already stressed by drought, already shaped by indigenous peoples whose interests did not align with English plans, already associated with violence and failure. They made what decisions they could with the information they had, and at some point, we do not know when, we do not know why, they decided to leave. The word they carved, CROATOAN, points toward a destination but not toward an explanation. It tells us where they intended to go without telling us what they found when they arrived. Perhaps they integrated with indigenous communities, and their descendants walk among us still, carrying genetic echoes of that long-ago crossing. Perhaps they perished from hunger or disease or violence, their bodies absorbed by a landscape that does not preserve what it consumes. Perhaps some survived while others did not, the community fragmenting under pressure into groups whose fates diverged in ways we cannot trace. All of these possibilities remain open. None can be excluded. The silence that has guarded the Roanoke secret for 400 years shows no signs of breaking. What endures is the mystery itself, the questions that persist when answers fail, the fascination that attaches to disappearance when the disappeared cannot explain themselves. The colonists who carved their message into the palisade could not have known that they were creating one of the most enduring puzzles in American history. They were simply trying to communicate, to leave a sign for the rescuers they expected, to maintain some connection to the world they had left behind. The world that received their message has been trying to decipher it ever since, with results that are provisional at best. Lie still now, if you are still awake, and let the stillness of the empty settlement become the stillness of your breathing. The colonists waited for ships that never came, on shores that slowly forgot their names. We wait for answers that may never arrive, in a present that slowly forgets how much it owes to a past it cannot fully recover. The tide rises and falls on Roanoke Island as it has for millennia. The sand shifts. The maritime forest grows where clearings once stood. And somewhere in the silence, if silence can hold anything, the colonists persist not as ghosts, perhaps, but as questions, as absences, as the permanent reminder that not everything can be known, that not everyone can be found, that some departures are final in ways that even centuries of searching cannot reverse. The mystery of Roanoke is, in the end, the mystery of disappearance itself, of what it means to vanish, to leave traces without explanations, to become a question that outlives any possible answer. The colonists who stepped off their ships in 1587 could not have imagined what they would become. Not the founders of a lasting settlement, not the ancestors of American civilization, but the permanent residents of uncertainty, the people who remind us that the past keeps its secrets jealously, that silence is sometimes the only legacy that survives. Sleep now, if sleep will come. Dream of barrier islands and summer heat, of wooden palisades and carved messages, of ships on horizons and families waiting. Dream of the colonists who arrived expecting to stay and who departed leaving only questions. Dream of the silence that has endured for 400 years and may endure forever. The lost colony of Roanoke was never just a settlement. It was a meditation on the fragility of human enterprise, on the limits of documentation, on the vast indifference of time and landscape to our desire to be remembered. The colonists wanted to build something permanent. They built instead a mystery, and mysteries, it turns out, are more permanent than almost anything else we know how to make. The Atlantic still washes the Carolina shore. The barrier islands still shift with storms and tides. Somewhere beneath the sand and surf and forest, there may be traces of the people who once lived here, artifacts yet to be discovered, evidence yet to be interpreted, fragments of lives yet to be reconstructed. Or there may be nothing. The silence may be complete, the erasure final, the questions destined to remain questions as long as anyone cares to ask them. The night is deep now, and the story has reached its natural pause. Not its ending. There is no ending for a story that has no conclusion but its pause, the moment when speculation gives way to stillness and wondering gives way to rest. The colonists found their rest somewhere, one way or another. You can find yours now, in the quiet that follows these words, in the darkness that settles over this history like sand settling over footprints, like time settling over memory, like the tide settling over everything that waits too long on the shore. Good night, sleep well, and perhaps, in your dreams, you will meet them, the colonists who crossed an ocean expecting to build a world and who became, instead, the question that world could never answer. They are waiting for you, in the silence, in the mystery, in the space between what we know and what we wish we knew. They have been waiting for 400 years. They will go on waiting, long after we have joined them in whatever silence claims us all.